Alright. Let's definitely get a warm-up in tonight. I'm gonna be rusty. What's up, Warzone? How you doing? Oh, crap. Hold on. My head tracking's not picking up. Of course it's not. I always heard that if you turn it on, it helps. I wonder if it's going to force me to restart DCS. Yeah, I'm gonna have to restart DCS really quick. It's not gonna pick up the mocap software once it's already been started. I'm doing okay. I'm making it. Alright, hopefully it gives me two green lights here. Alright, visuals coming through. Yep. Okay, I got green lights on mocap. Okay. Now we're good to go. Now we've been doing a bunch of Cold War, so I think we might jump onto a modern server tonight. Starting to get withdrawals from not being able to drop any JDAMs or use GPS. This is the only time I can stream. I have to live in a friend's house because I can't necessarily completely take care of myself because of all my conditions, and I lost my house while I was waiting for disability, so which I still don't have my disability, so I definitely wasn't going to be able to finish paying off my house. There we go.
Request rearming. Copy.
So, because this is somebody else's house, when they go to bed, is when I stream. and when they wake up for work is when I kill my stream. But it actually works out for me, because if I didn't have that kind of timetable, I would keep streaming and I would end up injuring myself.
Fort 1, Overlord 1-1, Bra 062 445 at 7,000.
Because I used to stream for like 8 hours at a time, but it was not working out too good for me because of all my health conditions.
Rearming complete.
The longer I stream and fly, the more it hurts my body, and then also I'll forget my medicine, and I'm more worried about flying and enjoying myself and all that stuff, and I forget things.
Fort 1, Overlord 1-1, pop-up group 282 435 at 1,500, cold.
Alright, we've got 4 AMRAAMs and 2 9Xs.
Overlord 1-1, Bra 061 445 at 7,000 knots.
Let's put up 4 enemy targets to practice. We'll just dive into the deep end.
Fort 1, Overlord 1-1, Bra 281 435 at 1,500 knots.
Alright, mill power.
Fort 1, Overlord 1-1, Bra 062 445 at 7,000, cold.
Chat player. Fort 1, Overlord 1-1, Bra 064 440 at 7,000 knots. Fort 1, Overlord 1-1, pop-up group 272 435 at 1,500, cold.
Alright, we're gonna come around and meet up with the AWACS, and then we'll get vectored onto the
Overlord 1-1, pop-up group
enemy, which I don't have them on data link yet.
at 1,000 knots.
AWACS should be right over here somewhere.
Fort 1, Overlord 1-1, Bra 121 450 at 25,000, cold.
There he is.
Fort 1, Overlord 1-1, Bra 122 450 at 25,000, cold.
There's our bandits. 122, 50 miles, 25,000 feet.
Fort 1, Overlord 1-1, Bra 267 430 at 1,500 knots. Fort 1, Overlord 1-1, Bra 061 445 at 1,000, cold. Fort 1, Overlord, Gwen 1, Bra, 074, 445 at 7,000, cold.
Data link checks out.
Fort 1, Overlord, Gwen 1, Bra, 070, 450 at 7,000, cold.
Alright, so we need a new bra call on those bad guys. Or we just need to see them on the data link. We know that they were over here to the east. So we'll just head kind of generically east.
Fort 1, Overlord, Gwen 1, pop-up group 300,
There you go, there they are.
At 1,500, cold.
We'll get a data track on them. There they are. Alright, we'll just use the data link to keep an eye on them without nailing them or anything. Let's go ahead and fence in.
Bra, 093, 460 at 25,000 knots. Fort 1, Overlord, Gwen 1, Bra, 093, 450 at 25,000 knots. Fort 1, Overlord, Gwen 1, Bra, 093, 450 at 25,000 knots. Fort 1, Overlord, Gwen 1, Bra, 296, 435 at 1,500, cold. Fort 1, Overlord, Gwen 1, Bra, 093, 450 at 25,000 knots. Fort 1, Overlord, Gwen 1, Bra, 048, 450 at 7,000 knots.
They're...
Overlord, Gwen
It's not necessarily better, it's just different.
445 at 25,000.
The Hornet has a lot more newer technology in it, but it's also different.
Overlord, Gwen 1, Bra, 096, 445 at 25,000 knots.
The Hornet has a lot of auto acquisition features that I actually don't like, but that's why I call it nerfed up. The Hornet's very automated, which can also mess you up as well.
Group 294, 445 at
I do prefer the Viper.
cold. Fort 1, Overlord, Gwen 1, Bra, 042, 445 at 7,000 knots.
Especially the C model Block 50 Viper. It's just a really good jet.
Bra, 091, 440 at 25,000.
But in DCS it doesn't have full Link 16 capability with the data link, so you can use the data tracks to know where stuff is and kind of get a better idea where it's at so you can get your personal radar onto it, but you can't fire a missile off of the Link 16. Whereas the Hornet, you can actually fire your AMRAAM off of a Link 16 track.
093, 430.
So you can fire a missile using the AWACS's data track on it, which means you never have to lock up the Bandit with your personal jet,
Waypoint 1 at 35,000.
which is also how modern warfare works with like using missile trucks and central radar units like an F-35 to track and lock everything off of a data link off of an AWACS, and then port all that information to all the other jets in the flight, and they all shoot their missiles without having to lock anything up.
Fort 1, Overlord, Gwen 1, Bra, 095, 429 at 25,000 knots.
Okay, let's go. I see him. We're getting real close. $30 miles roughly. So we got a multiple TWS track now. Fox 3
Overlord 1-1.
and Fox 3.
470 at 1,500 cold. Fort 1, Overlord 1-1. Bra 015 435 at 7,000.
What's up, Yusuf? How's it going? Those missiles are going to go pit bull in a minute. Oh, it missed. That's not good. Splash 1.
Overlord 1-1. Bra
Nope, never mind. We got 2. We got both. We got both.
435 at 7,000 cold.
Fox 2. Splash.
Fort 1, Overlord 1-1. Bra 22741 at 21,000 knots. Fort 1, Overlord 1-1. Pop-up group 06142 at 4,000 cold.
He's buying the farm with flares. Boy, he's got a lot of flares.
Altitude. Cap flare.
That was a good warm-up.
Fort 1, Overlord 1-1. Pop-up group 284-490 at 1,500 knots.
Okay, well, I'm not that rusty, I guess. I've done worse. Yep, I see you, Yusuf. How's it going?
Fort 1, Overlord 1-1, Bra 355 440 at 7,000, cold.
Oh, he's over here. Alright, let's jump into a helicopter and get a little flight in with that, and then we'll check servers and see where we're going. We don't have a current war that we're in, so I'm just going to look at the servers and see what's up. We'll see which maps the Cold War is on, and if depending on the map, I might do a modern war this time, just because we've been doing like 4 or 5 different Cold Wars in a row. Might be nice to be able to use some modern weaponry. Can't do Cold War every time. Alright, helicopter. Let's see, what kind of warm-up do we want? I guess we can do the Kiowa. I haven't flown the Kiowa very much. I need to get used to it. I need to keep putting it off. I keep putting it off. Alright, so we got the 50 cal and we got dumb rockets.
Request rearming. Copy.
We'll have to reset up the tube.
Rearming complete.
Alright, main mass assembly's up and running. Alright, we gotta tell our computer what kind of rockets we're launching. So we gotta put in number 6s, and right now we have number 3s. So select that, and we'll go 6, enter, and 6, enter. Now both zones are 6s. And we'll verify just to make sure, yep. There's machine gun, rockets. Okay. Put the weapons in standby. Where am I from? I'm from all over the place. I'm currently in America. Alright. Definitely gotta get used to how little power this thing has. Yeah, you gotta love the internet, right? People from all over the world can hang out. Alright, let's mosey up to some enemy targets and see if I can set this thing up to fire laser guided off the main mast assembly. Oh, we need to remove that. Yeah, I really like it. It's just a pain in the ass when you've got weaponry on here because you're right on the edge of power. Especially with the laser guideds on there, the extra weight is rough. I imagine on like Afghanistan it would be a real issue. You wouldn't be able to take much of a loadout because you'd be over torquing it like the entire time just trying to get it off the ground. That's a pretty good hover. We're just drifting forward ever so slightly. Alright, master arm on and arm the gun.
Roger that. Alright, let's see if I can pick up a stable hover.
Oh crap, where did I put my zoom? There it is. Got it. And laser is shooting. That's it. We should be ready to shoot. There we go. I am just practicing doing a warm-up before I jump onto one of the war servers. Practicing with the Kiowa because I haven't practiced with it very much. I just haven't put in the seat time to get real comfortable with it yet. Oh, we can shoot a rocket right on that one guy. Yeah, laser guided rockets. I'm lasing off of the main mass assembly on the top of the helicopter and shooting laser guided rockets. Predator rockets.
Roger. You have the controls. I don't see those trucks. Hey, what's up, Supreme? Of course I'm alive. Trust me, if I die, I'll let everybody know. The body is doing its best to hold up right now. It's been a rough couple days. My body's doing its I don't feel like fighting an infection thing. Which sucks. It's just one of the downfalls of having artificial implants in your body. Your body likes to fight those instead of normal shit. So sometimes you start getting a little sick, and instead of just getting over it, your body doesn't. So that's what I'm dealing with right now at this second.
It's just hard to tell when that's going to happen because, you know, I deal with shit every week. So you never know when it just hits you like a ton of bricks and your body doesn't get over it. And then you got to go in and get some medicine injected in you, and then they got to monitor it. Yeah, pretty much. I'll be fine, it just sucks. And it kind of saps the life out of you too when you start getting infections and your body doesn't fight it off, and then you get sick because of it, and then your body doesn't fight that off, and you just get so worn down so fast. Oh god, I would love to have some Baja Blast. You know, I had a sugar-free Baja Blast. It was pretty damn good. I enjoyed it. It tasted just like the old Baja Blast that I remember. Hey, Spitfire, thanks for the sub over on YouTube. I appreciate that. Oh, I gotta look at how many subs I've got over there, actually. Yeah, I don't know if it's changed. I had a Diet Mountain Dew a long time ago and it tasted funky. But a lot of the diet stuff's gotten way better, so it might be fine now. I haven't had a Diet Mountain Dew in a very long time. I gotta get used to force trimming this thing. That's not bad. Yeah, I've heard some of those are pretty good. There's a decent amount of like energy that is sugar-free that's pretty damn good. They're just so expensive I can't afford to get them. But every now and then someone will show up at my place and like bring me one. Kind of like a treat. No, that's gonna be way short. That might be on the money. There we go. Yeah, if you want to mark the ground with a smoke grenade, you can just pop it off the dash. I don't remember what my key binding was for that though. I've never used them. I think I have it bound though. I guess we can find out. Let me do an active pause here so I don't wreck. Alright, where are those smoke grenades? Should be under weapons, right? Oh, I don't have it. Left or right? Too bad I don't know which grenade it is. Let's see, I can drop it off the left side or the right side. Let's go see if we can put smoke on that convoy. Nice secondary explosions. That doesn't look like it worked. Oh wait, you know what? It might have worked. I've got this set up for practice, so... Nope, I don't see any smoke. Alright, let's see. Well, there we go. Let's clear this. And clear that. We'll just drop center. Now, where is the show? Okay, that's all the flight stuff. There's that, what's that? There's a powder that someone told me I should try. It's supposed to be like some kind of an energy powder. You just mix it in your water and it's got no sugar in it for gamers. They're like, you should try it. And I'm like, I don't care if it's for gamers. That kind of sounds stupid to me, but then they said it's sugar-free and it's supposed to be way better for you than normal stuff because you're just basically drinking water. I'm trying to remember what it was called. I've got it written down somewhere. Oh man, where is the multi-crew? Is that where it is? Nope, that's not it. Yeah, I assume most of that stuff, that like all the sugar-free powders, are probably made by the same few companies, and they just change the labeling to sell it to different people. And that's usually the way that kind of stuff works, right? Show control indicator. No, that's for the cyclic. Isn't there... There's supposed to be a window that shows you the grenades and stuff, I thought. So you know which one you have selected. Because you can choose next. Let's go to search... Show. What does that say? Show pilot body, show control indicator... Yeah, that's not...
Oh well. Let's see if I can drop the grenade down the center. Oh, there it goes. There we go. Okay, you have to hold it down. I see. So then you hit H, and then if you grab the wrong grenade, you can let go of it. I don't see no smoke though. It looks like it's bugged. Okay, there went the grenades. Okay, I'm seeing smoke now. There you go. See the red out there? Smoke grenades are working. It's just for some reason they're bugging out and that red keeps... There's the blue. Next one should be green. Yeah, there's the green. So yeah, smoke grenades work. It's just bugging out because I've got the my private server set up for practicing, so the ammo is unlimited, so I don't have to keep retaking off to practice like bomb drops and stuff. So that's why the smoke grenade is bugging out. Like leaving a trail of red smoke. Look at that. I'm just leaving a trail of smoke bombs as we go. That's hilarious. Seems like the Kiowa wants to cruise at around 85 to 94 or so knots. I have to push it to get more out of it, but it's already almost pushed. You can see I'm already pulling 85 torque on the mast. Friggin' smoke everywhere. You can just hear all these smoke grenades going off all the time. Oh, did they finally stop? Nope, never mind. Well, it doesn't look like I lost my touch with helicopters. That's good. One of these days I'm going to get sick and I'm worried I'm going to lose my touch. I've already lost it with certain things, just haven't lost it with flying yet. Thank God.
Why is my mouse not appearing on the screen? Yeah, I don't have a mouse. I can't click on my MFD. There we go, I got it. That was weird. There might be some bugs tonight. I got a buddy dropped off a new mouse and keyboard for me. Because my old keyboard was all messed up and my mouse was really old. So I got a cheap ass generic mouse and keyboard, but they work. I don't use the mouse and keyboard for much, but I do need the mouse for using the cockpit. Okay, let's, those smoke bombs going off every 5 seconds to drive me nuts. Let's check out the servers. I wonder what everybody else has been flying on. Alright, let's check the north. Alright, modern rotations on Germany. And there's also the Cold War is on Sinai, and nobody's on it. I'm thinking about, yeah, let's go over to Germany. Germany modern. I really haven't been able to fly on a modern server for a while, so this will be good. Let me use the restroom really quick. Man, it's not helping that the weather keeps turning over here. One day it's warm and I start to recover a little bit more, and then the next night I wake up and it's freezing. Needs to pick a temperature. My body can't handle temperature change anymore because of all my stupid shit. So when it keeps changing back and forth, it's really not helping. Oh, they're almost... Well, they're not almost done, but they are way deep. They are very, very deep. So, let's go back to Caucasus and see where they're at. Well, there's a lot more war left here, so let's hit this one. Krasnodar going to Maycop, and there's boats in the ocean. At least they didn't. Well, they left one. They left one thing. We also have to take out the fuel depot. Well, what do you guys think? Do you want to go after Maycop, or do you want to go after the boats, or do you want to go after the fuel depot? Alright, fuel depot, so we'll come out of Katusi. Okay, just one building? Is there anything else there, or is it just the building? We can do that. Let's go out of Sanaki Koki. They've got a warehouse there. We'll just bring some chonkers. Should be clear. Okay, yeah, I'll just bring some fatties, and I'll just take a Hornet and some fatties. We don't got to get spiffy or anything. We'll just bring some couple of big uns. Penetrator, there we go. And 2 penetrators. And then we'll bring some AMRAAMs in case we get jumped. Okay, that should do it. Let's see, and there's probably... It's probably not pre-briefed. No, it's not pre-briefed, so let's grab a GPS. Let's see, the building's going to be somewhere, it's probably a factory, so it's going to be like somewhere in here around the town. So we'll just get a GPS in there. I haven't done this in a while because we've been doing so much Cold War. Alright, let's go to mark points. We'll go to mark point 9. Precise UFC. Position north 4201. Enter. And 3743. Enter. And east. It's going to be 4333. And 0385. Elevation in feet is going to be 2,486. And verify. We're good to go. Oh hell, where did they park me? Oh, that's not too far at all. It's just backwards.
Alright, let's get in the air. Hopefully I don't screw any of this up. I think I'll be fine. I think I'll be fine, but it has been a long time since I've used modern stuff. I think it's been a few months, right? We've been doing Cold War like every night. Alright, here we go. We didn't set our bingo. Alright, let's just get up in the air and we'll start heading east and get some altitude. Although it doesn't look like we're going to be able to get real high. Just because we'll have to have visual on the building to get a GPS on it. After that, once we have a GPS, though, we can climb as high as we want and drop the bomb. Alright, coming off of blower. Let's go ahead and fence in. Actually, that cloud layer is like 20,000 feet. That's pretty good. I thought it was going to be lower than that. 65 miles to my GPS coordinate. Yeah, there's a mountain in the way. We'll have to get closer. Ooh, it's cold. All right. Stores. JDAMs, targets of opportunity. We don't need to delay the fusing because it's probably a factory. If it's an underground bunker, we'll delay the fusing then, just to make sure they penetrate even more. What's up, Trax? How are you doing this evening? Here, we'll use the color screen. Yeah, we got hit with those storms yesterday and last night and this morning.
Oh, we don't need the laser. We're dropping JDAMs. We don't need a stupid laser. Alright. The bag is empty. Let's get ready to get rid of that. Actually, we could leave it on. Let's go for realism. We're not going to drop the bag unless we have to. We'll set it up. All right, I see the village. That's possible. I was just happy our winter wasn't as bad as it sometimes is. Usually when it's like for a few years it's like really sissy, like it's kind of warm through the winter. When February comes around we get really, really bad flash freezes. This year the flash freeze only lasted for a few days. But now the problem is it keeps going from 70 degrees and then at nighttime it'll go down into the 30s and 20s, which just wrecks my body. My legs don't even work at like 40 degrees barely. So as soon as it gets really cold, I have to put the heater on my legs just to get up and use the restroom. Or else my legs will lock up. Okay, I see the factory nickname. I've got it. That's our factory right there. Alright, I'm designated. I do have a shooting solution, but I'm going to wait on that. That's the shooting solution, by the way, for people that are learning. That circle is the max range of the JDAM drop by my airspeed and altitude, so it'll change depending on your orientation. And inside the wedge is the drop zone. That's definitely the factory. GPS looks good. We're going to drop both of our penetrators on it. Doesn't that screen look very familiar to people that have been watching the news? That actual complete setup on the AtFleer pod looks very familiar, huh? "15 seconds till we're in the zone. We'll overfly the zone just a little bit and redesignate to make sure our drops come right in there, which looks good right there, redesignated. So now we got our final solution, and we are in the zone. You can see you're in the zone now. The circle has disappeared, and we've just got the wedge. One bomb away, redesignating. One bomb away. There you go. Look at how far away those things are gliding in. That's nice. All right, waiting for BDA. Damn. Oh, wow. That's not right. What the hell happened there? No, they do not. That was weird.
You're kidding me. Alright, I'm heading back to base and grabbing another set of bombs. I don't know what the hell was up with that. Well, those bombs didn't land where I dropped them, so I'm wondering if the ground is bugged. It happens. So the GPS is wrong. Because I'm set right, look at that, I'm right through the middle of it. Straight down below, which is where you'd want to be. And those bombs landed way up here. When the server started, it might have just bugged the location of the factory when it spawned it in. We'll go back and just grab some lasers or something, laser guided bombs. Yeah, we could do that with a frog. Just use some big ass laser guideds off the some 670 kilo, like we could use an A model frog, an old school frog, and shoot the 670 kilogram fatties. All right. That should be home base right there. Yeah, that was weird. Those bombs should have not landed so short, so there was definitely a problem with the GPS. It's also why you overfly the drop zone a little bit so that your bomb comes in at a steeper angle so that it doesn't fall short or go too far. If you try to drop at the on the very edge of its drop zone, it's really stretching the ability to get there, so it'll try to come in really flat, which means it might hit an obstruction or it might get intercepted easier. Yes, it is. Oh, let's just land at Katusi. .246. And that was number 5, I believe it said. And that was 246. This is going to be a heavy landing. We've got a lot of fuel and the bag is still under there. Luckily it's a Hornet. Yeah, we're almost straight in. Oh, I need to take my medicine too.
Alright, we'll stow the radar, stow the FLIR. We can bring some S-25 penetrator rockets too, just in case. Two fatty Kedges, two 320 kilogram lasers, and then some like S-25s. Just hit it with everything. Do it the Russian way. Alright, gear coming down, flaps coming up.
Altitude. Altitude.
Alright, we are almost trimmed on speed. There we go, we're trimmed on speed. So now we can just use the throttle and steer left and right, and that's it. Piece of cake. On speed, on time. We're very steep though, so we're going to drop it down like normal. Run that flight velocity vector down below the runway until we get down a lot lower. And then we'll flatten it out and bring it back up onto time. That way you don't come in real steep and drop it out at the bottom like a lot of people tend to do. There you go, now we're looking a lot better. It's easier to come in. It's also common practice when you're learning how to fly, especially when you're landing by VOR, localizers and stuff like that. You don't fly at the localizer, you fly in below it and intercept it, and then continue the glide slope once you intercept it. So it's a lot easier to come in below glide slope and then fly to it, intercept it, and then follow it in. Then try to come in from above and drop down onto the glide slope. Because you'll probably end up coming in too high. And you'll be trying to chase it all the way down. So now we've got a nice flat approach
coming down at a good pace. And then we'll stretch it out a little bit at the end for our flare and round out. Now we go idle. Alright, let's get rid of this Hornet and GPS. Let's grab some analog shit and blow some up. Yeah, we use the Frog, but next time we have a building like this, we're gonna have to grab the Phantom and drop some big old Mark 84s. Dive toss some Mark 84s onto it. Although, what was it? The last time we flew on the Cold War server over there on Persian Gulf, we got to do that mission in the... We did that last mission in the Phantom, blowing up those tanks. That was pretty cool, doing those ripple drops on the armor and actually hitting them. I was pretty satisfied with that. I definitely need more time in the Phantom in war situations, you know, where I'm not as comfortable with it. Alright, A model Frog. Nope, that is not the right one. A model Frog. Aphids. Actually, let's just take the 320s. And then let's take the S-25s, hardened penetrators. Oh, you can put the S-25s all the way out there, can't you? And then we'll put some blast frags on the end. Full fuel? Yeah, we're ready to go. That's we can blow it up, load out for sure.
Complete, cleared for startup. Wind 050 at 3 meters per second. Complete, cleared to taxi to runway 27.
Well, that's not magic. Them shutting off their radar is not magic. Them moving out of the way when you drop a bomb, that's magic. Unless they're just really lucky and they just keep moving. I mean, it's mildly magic, but them, if they don't have a missile in the air shutting off their radar because they don't know if you fired on them, is pretty common SAM survival tactics. Although they probably do it a little bit too much on these North Pole servers.
You are cleared for takeoff and ready. Climb 300 at QSE.
So it's a little bit of magic.
Yeah, they don't know you have them locked. It's not like they know you're tracking their radiation. It's not like a radar lock. So there's a little bit of magic to it. It is a normal tactic to shut off the radar when you think the enemy's fired on you, but on this server, yeah, it's probably them knowing it for sure. And the SA-22 Panseers are really overtuned on these servers too, because they're a new chap unit. Alright, we're trimmed up. Let's head back. We'll just have to reference the map to get close and then use our eyeballs to find them. I think if we just head straight east, 090, that should get us close. Yeah, it's gonna get us real close. Yeah, a lot of times on those broken units that are kind of like psychic and stuff, I'll usually drop, if they'll let me, I'll drop 500-pound bombs on them because they can't intercept 500-pounders, or they shouldn't be able to. Okay, we're ready to shoot. Whenever I've dropped bombs like that, I do it from a pretty decent distance. You can glide a 500-pounder from pretty far away. I believe I used GBU 12s on them and just lased them in from pretty far away. Not supremely far away, but laser can't shoot across the world or anything, but... Oh, there's Katusi. So we'll head 090 off Katusi. That's good enough. Trim the nose down a little bit more so we don't climb. We'll fire both of the laser-guided rockets, one after the other, let them both guide in on the same laser. That'll probably kill the building. But if not, though, we've got the 4 penetrators and then the 10 blast frags. Building should be toast if we hit it with everything we got. I mean, unless the building's made out of children's hopes and dreams or something. It's pretty funny looking at all these Russian aircraft where the flares shoot out the top. That was their big idea, to make their flares better than everybody else's, so it was have them shoot out the top. Turns out it actually made them work worse. But they work better on their own stuff. So the Russian flares going out of the top makes them able to spoof R-73s and R-60s better. But the American missiles that they were meant to spoof didn't really work. It's right over the hill, right? I believe right over this hill we'll be able to see the town that's got the factory. That should be as far as we need to climb up. It's a Frogfoot, man. You want to stay high enough to where the ground people don't shoot at you, and low enough that nobody up in the air tries to kill you. Wonder how many boats are out there in the ocean. I have to do a probe on that area with the Hornet C radar just to see what it sees. All right. Should be it right here. Should be right over here, I think. We'll have to get closer, but I'm pretty sure that's where the factory is. We'll be able to see it once we get a lot closer. Make sure our weapons are set. So 320 kilogram warhead is going to be roughly, oh, it's like 500 and something pounds. Actually, I believe it would be 600 and something pounds. I know the 600 whatevers are like 1,300 pounds. There it is. Got it? Well, it looks pretty good. Lasers on. We're just waiting for the authorization. Waiting for that little light to light up on the right there. Got it? All right, both are away. 2 direct hits. There it went. Nothing but trash. What are those? What is those little hangers right there? All right, S-25s. All right, we're on the way home. Yeah, I'm using a... I don't have any 70 mils. Those were 122s. And then the S-25s are basically an ATGM. The big blast frags are like 122 millimeter, I believe. Big rocket. Oh yeah, everything's on fire. Everything blew up. All right, we're on the way back. Yeah, I'm using a custom setup for my mocap, Baker. I've got an Track IR5 sensor on my monitor, and then I've got a custom-built Grass Monkey IR puck mounted on my headset. So I've got double IR tracking. Alright, we'll head back to Katusi. Just like we did with the Hornet, and then we'll move on from there. That did black it out, right? Yeah, it's blacked out.
Overlord 1-1. Bra 354 for 280 at 20,000 knots.
Hey, what's going on, Game Hatch? How are you doing this evening?
Overlord 1-1. Bra 355 for 280 at 20,000 knots.
Everybody else is up at Maycop? Yeah. Yeah, this is the A version. The T model would have a big ass Shkval TV unit right here and a bunch of other shit and way more, but still have the same airframe and engine in it.
Star 1-1. Bra 354 for 270 at 21,000 knots.
Yeah, all the action's going to be up over here. Plus, we don't know what's going on. The stuff's not really scouted. We know there's SAM units there.
Bra 355 for 270 at 21,000 knots.
Personal yeah, I chose to use the frog. Plus, I didn't need a Shkval sensor to blow up a building, and flying the A model is super fun. And I like using large laser-guided ATGMs with just the HUD and a laser. It's very rewarding. There's the river. Yeah, right on the other side of that river. Oh, absolutely, it has perks over the T. The T is cool, but the T is way slower and way more sluggish because it's so overloaded. The A model is much more maneuverable and user-friendly. It can't carry APU launchers and Vickers tandems, but it can carry very large ATGMs, plenty of rockets and bombs, and it's more maneuverable. The T model is basically just taking the old A model and shoving more heavy shit into it, and then hoping it gets off the ground. You know, that's like the Russian way. So they're both great jets in their own right. And when it comes to Cold War servers, you can't use a T model because they didn't exist. So learning how to fly the A model, if you want to get into any of the Cold War stuff like heat blurs and North Pole and all that, you're going to want to learn how to fly the A model. Which is easier to fly than the T model by a decent margin. A model, you're a lot less likely to crumple your gear just trying to land. There it is. There's Katusi right there. And sometime this year, the rework for the A model is going to be complete, and then everyone will get it for free. Eagle Dynamics, when they're done with the rework and the retexturing and the re-everything of the A model, they're going to release it for free with the T model. So that'll be good for everybody, I think. Then everyone will have a free Red 4 strike craft that can be used on any server except for like World War II. And it is super fun.
Overlord 1-1. Request bogey dope. Overlord 1-1. Bra 061 for 220 at 25.
Oh, there's a huge difference because the A10, the Flaming Cliffs model is the A10A model. It's the original Cold War A model, A10. So it doesn't have all the technology in it at all. It still uses a penny pod, a penny paveway pod for its computer systems and stuff. So leaps and bounds different. When you get into the C2 upgrade, that's the late 90s, early 2000s technology upgrade. You get the new sensor suites. Penny pod is removed. You've got full GPS INS. So you can drop JDAMs, you can drop just everything, laser guided bombs. You've got a JHEMIX with a Lightning pod, targeting pod system, one of the best systems in the world.
Overlord 1-1. Bra 353 for 250 at
Complete difference. The A model, you can shoot Maverick, you can shoot the original D Mavericks, and the only thing you have for a targeting pod is the FLIR head on the D model Maverick will give you a little bit of a sight picture in a very small screen. That's the closest thing you have to a targeting pod. That is the Desert Storm ghetto FLIR pod, basically. It was just using the Maverick head as a seeker to get a visual on some stuff. Not the best. Wasn't paying attention. We're coming in way too high and a little hot, so we're gonna dive down and then swoop it up. Yeah, the A model A10 is a great strike craft, and it's really good at what it does. The C2 is the best. So, I mean, that's the difference. The difference is the A model gets a lot done. The C2 can get everything done you need to get done as long as you have air superiority. It is the best strike craft we got. Especially when it comes to supporting troops on the ground. We're gonna have to use our parachute. We're coming in way too hot. Well, good thing we got the parachutes if we need them. Parachutes out. We were coming in a little hot.
1-1. Bra 351 for 240 at 25,000 hot. Darkstar 1-1. Bra 351 for 240 at 25,000 hot.
See if we can get our trim reset. There we go. Trim's neutral. This is North Pole Modern Caucasus. So you can use any jet here. And the enemy's also going to use a lot of mean modern shit like Panseers and stuff. Chapped Tor gauntlets. Terminators. All kinds of mean shit. Alright, I guess we can go see if... They should be done. They should be almost done with Maycop. They're working on it. I guess let's take a look at the ocean. We'll come out of Galen. And we'll use our radar to check the ocean and see what we see out there. Yeah, we'll just park it here. That's fine. We cashed in the points already. We're good. All right, Galen. Let's go Hornet. And let's go ahead and do harpoons for the first run, just because we don't know what's out there yet. Oh, I guess I could have brought a targeting pod. This is a warehouse. That's alright though, we don't need the targeting pod necessarily. Radar will be good enough for what we're doing. Alright, where are we at? Alright, we need to hang a left. We're gonna take off out to the ocean. 30-20. 30-20, we're good there. Negative 6 degrees Celsius, so yeah, it's cold. Fly the Raptor? I have, but it's like a third-party fake mod. It's a cheat mod, it's not real. Which is why I don't really mess with it. It's possible. We're getting the F-35 eventually, but again, it's going to have a lot of guesswork done on it because we can't get the actual real specs on it because it's still in use. It's not declassified completely. So I'm not going to really consider the F-35 a full real module either. But it'll be a lot closer than like a third party, because it'll be hooked into the back end system. So it'll be good. It's just not going to be like 100% or as close to 100% accurate as you can get, unfortunately. But they think they're going to make a lot of money off of it, so they should by all means give it a shot. I think they should stick with stuff that we can get the all the specs on, though. In my personal opinion. Alright, we need to get above 15,000 feet. Usually I get around 18 to 20 for harpoon setups. Alright, go to sea radar, 80 miles, tighten it up. 45 degrees, there we go. Alright. Let's slow up. Harpoons. All right. I forgot to turn on my queuing system. All right, we're gonna head let's just get our nose point. There we go. We got a boat already. We got boats. We got 4 boats already. Let's shoot at them. Boat number 1. And one more. And there's a 5th boat out there farther. I don't know what these boats are though, so they could, for all I know, they're all missile interceptors and none of these are going to hit, but until we know what they are, we're going to fire a harpoon at each of them and see what happens. We know there's 5 boats out here now, minimum. There's probably more, but we know there's 5. All right. Harpoons away. Is that 13? Galen, that's the one. Hey, right in front of us, look at that.
Going terminal. That one's still not going terminal. So 2 have gone terminal and 2 haven't. Ah, there's a missile frigate out there. That's what that T2 is. It's going to intercept our stuff, unfortunately. But we can always hope. Oh, I see the boat now. It's right there. Oh, it looks like they already shot down some of our missiles. Yeah, they did. They shot down 2 of our missiles already. Bastards. I don't see any GBI smoke. Looks like this one might hit. Whatever kind of boat that is. Make sure we're not falling out of the sky. Looks like a good hit. Ah, Rescue Destroyer. Not enough to drop it. Oh, there's GBI. No, those are Sea-Wiz. Get through, get through. Oh, it's gonna hit. Sweet. Nice, very nice. So we didn't sink them, but we got good hits on them. Alright, we're coming around to land at Galen. I didn't pull a magnetic or anything. We'll just land off our visual. We don't need to set up everything. We got good visual. You should go ahead and set up your course line to the magnetic heading on the runway and all that kind of stuff. You should do all that, but we're not going to do all that right now. I'm so tired. My body is so wrecked. We'll just land. Unless somebody wants an explanation on something, then I don't mind doing that kind of stuff, but for now I'm just gonna start doing shit. Oh, it sucks so bad right now. I'm like getting hot sweats and cold sweats. Yes. Yeah, like if I wanted to set up a course line for my landing, I would pull a magnetic off the runway, so I'd click it on here, stretch it out about flat on the runway, and go 032 is the magnetic. So then I would come down here on my course line and hold it down until I get the UFC, and then what did I say it was? 032. So when we go 032, enter, and now we've got an actual line. If we needed a reference, I overflew my mark now. But then that gives you a representation there, especially if you are doing an ILS or partial bad visibility. It's good to have those references. So you should always set up those references for yourself. And of course in real life you always do all of the things. Always. It's definitely safety, but it's also creating a personal culture of doing everything correctly. That way you never not do them correctly, if you know what I mean. You're fortifying your own culture of operation. So you always do all of the things. That's why real pilots, like almost all of them, I would say, any of them that are really into it and are smart, they always have a lot of lists. Most pilots always have their own personal lists, or they have special lists that they've used on their tabs and all that stuff, for even though they've done the shit 1,000 times and they can recite it all by heart, they'll still use a list and go through everything. Pre-flight checks, all of it, just to make sure. I don't know what it's like now, though. From what I've heard, a lot of the culture in aviation has kind of gotten sloppy as shit, but from my day, everything is about procedure and always doing all of the things. No matter how good you are at it and how much you remember and always know, you always do all of the things. But I know a lot of that stuff got pretty lax. Especially when a lot of the aviation has been nerfed so hard into the ground that there's a lot of pilots out there that fly planes and don't necessarily really know how to fly. They know how to use AP systems and DAFCSs and probably can't handle the stress of one of their AP systems not working. In way too many cases. I'm a firm believer if you're going to be a pilot, you should learn how to fly complete analog before anything else. Alright, let's rearm. And let's get some broaches.
Request refueling. Request rearming.
Copy.
Yeah, there's a lot of that going on right now, to the point where, like I said, there's even, from what I've been told and what has come throughout reports, that a lot of pilots these days are not prepared enough to handle aviation if their systems aren't doing everything for them, and that's a real problem.
Refueling complete.
Having a good AP system with a good, digital advanced control system and all that is a great thing, but if that's what you were trained on how to fly was just that, that's a problem. That's when shit starts happening, like not verifying instruments with reality and not cross-checking everything you're doing it, and not understanding how to actually fly the plane and the mechanics of aviation, the avionics of aviation. Like people coming in and their digital AFCS system is a little off, and when they take control, they don't even realize their glide slope is friggin', you know, way too steep or something, and they pull hard and shit. I mean, there's been so many accidents because of stuff like that. It's kind of crazy. Just because there's more digital stuff, you shouldn't change the culture of aviation. You just should just add to it. And that problem is they're not really adding to it. They're subtracting a lot to make way for new instead of just adding the new. And that's a problem, in my opinion. But I mean, who am I, right? Alright, before we take off, we're going to create a... Well, wait. Yeah, we're going to create... Whoa! We're going to create a GPS waypoint into the front area of the enemy ocean, just so we can get our targeting pod in there. So, we'll just pop it right here in the... right there's fine. We just need this GPS. Let's come down here and go to Mark 9. Bring up the data. All right, north 4353 and precise is 0514. 0514, yep. East 3805 and 4186. Elevation is going to be 0 because it's the friggin' ocean. Okay. I mean, they already have removed a decent amount of pilots from the field of operation. They have for years. A buddy of mine was actually a drone pilot, so he flew in the war and he never left Texas. But they're not going to remove all pilots. I don't think that's going to... I mean, they've already got, like, drones that are built into normal modern airframes that are full size, but I don't think they're going to be able to completely remove the human element as much as they think they're going to. Hey, Jock, what's going on, buddy? How was your flights tonight? Did you kick all of the ass? What's up, Raiders? Alright, let's get in the air and see if we can finish off some of them boats. Shit, wait, hold on. I gotta reset my FCS before we take off. Alright, we're good to go. Stand by the FLIR. Cycle the bleeds. IFF issues do happen. And after a while, you get really good at making excuses for them, too. They sound really believable when you say them. It's great.
Always cycle the bleeds before you take off. Alright, Mark 9. And designate. There we go. I always just tell them, you know, look, my radar was looking at you, the IFF interrogate was on, and it didn't like what you, I mean, just look at you. Look at what you're wearing. You were asking for it, you know? It's not my fault. It interrogated you and you were found wanting. You were wanting a heater right up the tailpipe. That's what you were wanting. Oh, what do we got here? Looks like victim number 1. Alright, we got a shooting solution on the first boat. These servers don't, when they restart, they're not restarting, they're just rolling over to the next day. So, the server doesn't end until the war is completed. Oh shit. There's some fullbacks. We got fullbacks coming in. Yeah. We gotta drop down a little bit. $48 miles. We're going to give this boat 4 broaches, then we're going to move over to the other one and give him 4 broaches. When we get close to the
max range, we're going to go ahead and hit the blower, speed up so we can get inside that range a decent amount quicker. We're going to peel left so we don't fly towards the fullbacks. Alright, hitting the blower. We'll get ready to drop the bag too. When we come back around, we'll get rid of the bag in case we get jumped. Alright, we're almost in the zone, and we are in the zone, but we're going to overfly it a little bit. One away, 2 away, 3 away, 4 away. Alright, we're gonna try to drive it. Let's get in the notch a little bit.
Altitude. Altitude.
Let's get rid of the bag. Yep, bag's gone.
Engine right. Engine right. Engine left. Engine left.
Alright, we should be in the clear. Oh, they shot down all of our broaches, I think. It wasn't the boat we were shooting at that shot them down. I think there's another one that's to the north. Let's get our targeting pod over there and see what we can see. We've still got some fuel left, and we've still got 4 broaches. How rude. God, look at all those fullbacks. Just cruising along.
Oh, there it is. There it is. Alright, we got a shooting solution. Hitting the blower. And we're in the zone. Alright, we're going to put the first one straight at it. Creating a new solution, and we're just going to start offsetting and firing the other ones off to the side. They'll turn in. Another one away. All right, all of them are away. Alright, we're out of here. Let's hope one of those gets through and punches a hole through the hole. The hole through the hole. Say that 3 times really fast. Alright, they're all inbound. Let's hope they don't intercept all of them. We did spread them out to create more angles for their radar system to try to pick them up, and I don't know what GBI they have out there. If it's like a 84 shot intercept out there, that'll be an issue, but I don't know what's out there. We got those harpoons to hit. Okay, I see the boat now. It's right there. Little speck right there. Oh, damn. Yeah, they got a GBI out there. That's a bummer. Look at them all. Look at them all popping.
Airborne.
I'm not seeing where they're coming from, though. It's like super cold. Do you think we'd be able to see where they must be shooting those things from really far away? It's got to be a like a missile cruiser out there with a whole bunch of intercepts. We're probably going to have to find out where it is exactly and scout it out and flood the zone with TALDs and try to hit it with some poons or drop some bombs on it. $500-pound bombs that it can't lock onto and intercept. What was that heading on Galen? Was it 032 on magnetic? 033, 032, yeah, 032.
Altitude. Altitude.
Yeah, except we'd have to get a little bit closer than I'd want to get. And actually, I believe on this server, the GBI actually intercepts the Mavericks. I've gotten a little bit of luck by flooding the zone with TALDs and then dropping a couple of like GBU 12s and just using the laser to guide them in. Either way, it's a pain in the ass. Other times I've gotten supremely lucky and just fired all 4 harpoons at it, and one of them got through. You can approach close enough if you flood the zone with the TALDs. It just depends. Like I said, it's really touch and go when it comes to that specific cruiser that's out there, if it's the one I think it is. It's mean. Alright, on speed, on time. We're gonna flatten her out a bit. Smooth like glass. Well, the other thing we can do is save up credits and send some strike missions into the ocean, just some SEAD and bomb runs out there, and let them pick apart at the boats and try to lighten them up and thin them out, and then go out there and fire some harpoons while they're doing that. Create some chaos. But I just got on the server and I don't want to spend all their credits. I haven't earned any credits yet. Well, I've earned some credits, but not that many. So we might wait and do that tomorrow. We might wait until we earn more credits on the server, and then we'll go hit the ocean. I haven't even looked at the budget. Plus, I haven't earned enough experience on this server to do that, because this is a fresh war for me. Yeah, they don't have that much of a budget. I'm not going to use their budget like that, so we'll move on and help them get MACOP and all that for now. We'll come back to boats later. We did damage a couple of them, a couple of the destroyers. Yeah, if you can get close enough, but you gotta get within 8 miles to fire that Maverick off. Or 8.5, maybe 9, depending. But you got to get pretty damn close in the A10 to get a Maverick off, because you're not moving very fast.
especially in DCS where you're moving even a little bit slower than you should be. Alright, let's park and let's bring up the map and let's see what's going on, and we'll choose where to go next. We need to start earning some credits and helping the war a little bit more. I'm surprised they weren't getting shot at. You saw them in the how close I was getting before that boat was nailing me. I was like 30-something miles, 40 miles away. And they were intercepting all my shots within like 30 miles. Or maybe they didn't have one of those GBI boats out there when the A-10 was going out there. Oh, Dragon's getting ready to capture Maycop. Oh, let's do that. Well, let's see what... We'll see if Dragon is going to tear all the way up. Springfield. We can probably take an A-10 and go just demolish Gulf. But we got to see what the warehouse is going to look like. Where's the warehouse? Where is the warehouse? Galen is the nearest warehouse? That's not good. We might have to do a supply run. We can probably prep this. We're gonna have to take off. Oh, are they gonna let me? Okay, good. They're gonna let me. All right, we're gonna do a supply run. That way we have munitions at Maycop because there's no warehouse anywhere in sight. So we're gonna grab a warehouse run from Galen and we will fly up to Maycop and give them all the supplies because that needs to be done. Because the warehouse is going to have nothing in it. Alright, there's Maycop right there. Alright, where is the code? URKG. URKG. Origin. Maycop's Akio code is URKH. Alright, legs.
Good copy.
Echo 1.
That looks like Kensaya. Yep, that's Kenskaya, that's Makeup.
Passing waypoint 1, 11,000.
And then we'll end on URKH. Boom! Alright. Activate, execute. All right, we got a flight plan. And flight plan is loaded. All right, let's get our shit loaded up. We're just gonna bring everything, as much as we can pack in there. All right, logistics, warehouse. Double crates, 50 of everything. Yep, there we go. Two big.
Footbar 1-1, Dagger 1.
One.
Dagger 1 is ready for taxi. Could I escort you to your destination? Over.
Running supplies to Makeup.
Dagger 1, destination is Makeup. Copy all.
All right, let's make sure our countermeasures are good. All right, we are good. All right, break off. One rolling.
Galinsk, request takeoff.
Dagger's rolling.
One. Football 1-1 taking the active. Alright, here we go. Let's get this big old fat wench up in the air. Alright, we're off the tiller and on the rudder. We're going to get a little extra speed going before we lift off because we're so heavy because I forgot to defuel.
Lunch traffic deck, 1 take active, runway 14 for departure.
Football 1-1 active clear. Hey, Boomer and Raiders, how's everybody doing tonight? Alright, let's get the flaps all the way up. Oh, you gotta love those. Dude, I'm always stuck in a chair most of the time, so my ass always hurts.
Lunch traffic deck, 1 departing to the southwest, getting.
1. Oh, we need to trim the shit out of this. Yep, take it easy, Boomer. Friggin' Boomer. Alright, they captured Maycop. It still needs one more set of resources to tier it up one more time, but it needs a warehouse, which is what we're gonna do. Like right now, the warehouse has like nothing in it. We're not gonna fly high though, we're gonna stay low. Oh crap. Where are those fullbacks? Did they stay over there in the ocean? No, they crossed over. Oh, they're heading for friggin' Mineral and Bodie, probably.
whatever's left of them. Looks like some of them got shot down when they crossed over Sochi and Godada.
Oh, 1 Dagger 1, saddle right side.
Copy. Alright, 56 miles to the first leg, but the first leg is almost the last leg. I think the whole flight was only like 90 miles. Piece of cake. As long as I don't wreck at the end, which I'm not going to wreck. Not going to happen. So there we are. And we're going right there. Actually, how far is that in generality? Yeah, 69. So yeah, it was about 80 something miles probably, maybe 95 because we're not going straight to it. And we've got one escort, Black Magic's with us. God damn, it's wobbly. I should have defueled like 40% of the fuel I've got on me, maybe even more. I wasn't thinking. I just spawned the thing in. So we're full fuel right now. We're way heavy. Because we got all those containers back there too. Yeah, we're full of friggin' container. Now we're carrying a lot of momentum too. When we get close to that first leg, we'll ease off the throttle and get down to about 250 knots. At least we shouldn't get intercepted by anything. We're pretty insulated until we get up to Maycop. Oh god, they got Havocs. Favatire should be able to take care of that Havoc, maybe. Havocs are such a pain in the ass, I think I'd probably go ahead and try to get him with a Maverick. Did he bring Mavericks? He had to have brought Mavericks. Yeah. And 2 Chonkers. And a whole bunch of standard rockets. Alright, 32 miles to the first leg. We can bring up our legs. So yeah, 32 miles, then 10 miles, then 4 miles, then 4 miles. So first leg is the only one of any real distance.
Dagger 1 fencing in at 12.8.
Copy fencing. Ooh, when I land, I need to take another dose of medicine too. Turbulence. Look at that wobble just from the turbulence and having all this weight. Get that nice little slide back and forth. We're going to start pulling a little power back though. That should help smooth that out a little bit. Oh, do I have the auxiliary? Yeah, it's all pumped up. I don't know why, but whenever I'm flying a big ass plane like this, I always feel like I'm forgetting so many things. I'm not, but it always feels like I am. "20 miles till we turn." Basically our turns, hopefully, if I did it off the Digimap, so it's not going to be perfect, but hopefully our legs will have us turning directly into final. Kill a high value general, huh? Dagger 1.
Go for Dagger.
There's an enemy Havoc coming into Maycop to attack.
Dagger 1 tally, pushing for gate.
Copy. Alright, tally leg 1.
Second one engaging bogey Angels 2, raw 086 for 35.
Copy, verify, that is your bogey.
Dagger 1's hot.
Those Havocs suck. If he can get a radar lock, he can get him, but if he can't get the radar lock, it's going to be a pain in the ass because the IR deflectors on that thing are really good. And trying to go in for guns can be dangerous because that Havoc can shoot many different things at you that can hit you. Especially on these hardcore hard mode servers, those Havocs are pretty rough. But if he can get the radar lock on it and get an AMRAM off, then he should be alright.
Dagger 1, 20 miles from target.
Copy, 20. Alright, slowing down a little bit more. We're going to carry about 250 knots now until we get close to final. Should be transitioning soon to leg 2. There we go. Transitioning. And there you go, you can already see leg 2. Piece of cake. Nope. Yeah, that's the worry. Looks like he wasn't able to get the AMRAM off on him. It's such a pain in the ass trying to kill those Havocs with a jet. It's even worse trying to kill them with another helicopter because they're so over-tuned.
Dagger 1's in.
One.
Too low. Terrain.
Aw, damn. They traded. Well, the Havoc's dead at least. That thing can actually, believe it or not, that Havoc getting close to Makop could wreck Makop until we get more defenses in there. Those Havocs are real mean. Alright, there's Makop City. That big city right there, that's Kinskaya. I see the airfield. Tally Makop. Oh, I'm talking to nobody now, he's down. I wonder if he got a heater off that actually hit it, and then it hit him with a tandem. Something like that. Alright, transitioning to leg 3, which will put us close to final. And we can see the runway right out there in front of us. Piece of cake. And once we land, this will be enough stuff that'll keep us, Oh, he shoots you with the gun? Those Havocs are over-tuned. They're mean as shit. Yeah, if you can't get a good radar lock on it, it's pretty rough, because the heaters are probably going to fail, and gunning it's pretty dangerous. Those Havocs are mean. What'd you get him with? Alright, we are on long final. We're going to give ourselves 2 units of flaps. Start slowing down. Some more flaps. And we are transitioning to final. Slowing down, gear coming down. And we're doing a lot of trim work. And we're idle. Flaps all the way down, gear all the way down. We're set up for reverse thrust. Oh God, we're so heavy. You can see how squirrely it's trying to get.
To go. Altitude. Altitude.
Yeah, Betty, shut up. Daddy's working.
Altitude. Altitude.
Smooth as a baby's bottom. Reverse thrusting. We're just going to pull off into the infield here and get out of everybody's way. And we're in a Hercules. We don't need a runway. Piece of cake. Mission complete. Now we got bombs and missiles for all the boys and girls to wage war with. Okay, outer engines to ground idle. Parking brake on. There we go. I was gonna say, open. What are you doing? All right.
Some viewers may find the following video disturbing. Viewer discretion is advised.
There we go, boom. 100 of everything. Alright, now the warehouse should be stacked for now. Resources, yeah, look at that. 140, 140, 140, 140 of every friggin' thing. 420, that's rockets. 140 of all the bombs. Perfect. Alright, we're good to go now. I wonder if I've got the ability to do a... Where is... Do we have an incoming? No, we don't. Let me see if I can force it just so it's done. Weird. Yeah, there we go. We're gonna do that and throw that into MACOP just so it... MACOP. There we go, that'll put it up to tier 3. Alright, Favatire. Did you mess up Golf? Golf looks pretty messed up. 2 Zeuses that are still left, so a Shilka and that's a double barrel flak gun right there. Zeus 57. Yeah. Oh, it's not, they got the closed top on it though. Sort of. It's canvas. It's still an open top. Well, you know what we're gonna do is let's grab... It's not capture. It's not neutral yet, so we can't go out there with just a Chinook, because then we have to depend on somebody else to make sure it's cleared. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna go to MACOP and we're gonna grab a Hind. We're gonna split it up here a little bit. We'll grab a Hind and we'll put some tandems on it. And then we're gonna put a load of troops in here. And the troops can actually capture it if it gets neutralized. So we'll use our tandems and our gun to try to help neutralize the point. And then if we do neutralize it, we can drop off our troops and capture it without having to go back and grab another helicopter full of stuff and all that. That's why the Hind is awesome. You can put troops in that bitch.
2 ship F-16s tagging on runway 04 for departure.
And we're going to be off SRS for this one though, because of the Hind.
Adjusting magnetic declination. Ready.
Alright, lights. We don't need all these lights. We'll turn on the radar once we get up in the air. We're going to be a little bit heavy, so we're going to turn off a bunch of shit first. We'll turn it off. We'll turn it all back on once we're up in the air, just because we're going to be so heavy, we might blow the generators trying to take off. We're also not going to do a VTOL takeoff. We're going to take off on the runway. We'll do a rolling start on the runway like a Hind normally would. Alright, we need our troops. Alright, we got troops. Okay. Yep, we should be ready to take off. And we need like a generic heading of... that was 33 miles at 122 roughly. So 120 to 125. Yeah, I fly the Black Shark. I love the Black Shark. Unfortunately, I can't use it to capture a point, but I can use it to blow it up. But I needed to have a way to bring some troops. All right. Break off. Let's get a little speed going here. Start pushing for transitional lift immediately. Gear up. And that's how you take off the Hind without blowing up your generators and falling out of the sky. Alright, coming around to 120 to 125. Hey, thanks for the follow. I appreciate that. Everybody else that followed earlier too. I truly appreciate that. Thank you. Frog Strike. Golf Waggle. Oh, I'm sorry, what did that say? Golf Wangaby and Tulibar. Alright, weapons on.
Turning on weapons.
And fan on, IFF on, radar on, RWR on. Oh, thanks for the follow, Hatch. Yep, take it easy. Have a good night. There we go. Alright, we're on the way. There's also a Vigan and an Apache and an A-10. Jesus Christ. Golf should be taken care of for sure. I guess I could have just grabbed the Chinook. Either way though, we'll get it captured. That's the most important part. At least this way we could defend ourselves if we have to. But with just the Chinook, we're kind of just a transport. Hey, Equalizer, what's going on? Oh man, that place is going to be smoked out before we even get there. There's just like an MRAP that left. Watch the lag. We got it. Although I don't know if there's troops on the ground now though. Sometimes those MRAPs, when you blow them up, a bunch of troops spit out. And you can't see those. The Reaper's not going to show you troops that are on the ground. You just see big stuff like a tank or a big truck or something like that. So he might have just released some man pads. You gotta be careful. I don't see any smoke in the air though. Might just be some dudes with rifles and an RPG or something.
Oh, they're in front of us.
Commander, weapons ready.
Oh, shit. I'm just trying to get some flights in tonight. Doing some modern instead of Cold War. We've been hitting the Cold War so much, I figure we gotta mix in some modern so I don't forget how to use a GPS. What's up, California? I forgot it's friggin' -6 degrees Celsius. Should have had my icing running the whole time. That must be the Apache. We're catching up to him. What's up, Reaper? Gulf is now neutral. I guess that Apache can head up to Sam's side if he wants to, or he can head on over to Hotel. Yeah, this is Caucasus. The standard North Pole hardcore hard mode mission map on Caucasus. Just with the modern rule set instead of the whatever the other one is, Cold War-ish. Vigan! What's he packing? Rockets? Mavericks. Alright, what's Hotel packing? Oh! Tor Gauntlet. T-90s, some AAA, radar guided flak. So there's KS-19s with a SON 9 radar. AAA guns, some armor and light armor, and one Tor Gauntlet. That's quite a bit. That could pose a risk. Hey, we finally got the icing to stop.
The real fun part is going to be me trying to land this big heavy winch when I get to Gulf. We'll be fine. We'll get it. God, I love it. I get zero credit for doing all the supply runs and stuff. That's a bummer. Was there like a landmark? Okay, right next to a small town. Gubskaya. Clearing in between the trees to the side of the city. And it looks like it's at the backside of a hill that we're coming over right now. So I can't see it because the hill's in the way, but there should be a town over here. And then a clearing. We'll see it when we get closer over the hill. Okay, I think I see the town right there. It's straight in front of me, so that means the clearing is going to be the left. To the left. We're already slowly unloading a little bit of torque and slowing down our momentum. How fat are we? I can't even look up my... Yeah, I can't bring up that window just to check while I'm in the air. I know we burnt a little bit of fuel, but almost none at all, really. So we're going to be coming in pretty friggin' heavy. Okay, there's the town. This must be the clearing right here, so we need to land right in there. Oh, it might be the clearing over here. That might be too close. We'll see when we get there. I actually think I see a FARP right there, or something like a FARP, so we'll head there.
Apache's getting ready to fly over the top of it. Where's he at? How high is he? Oh, he's not that high. Wonder why I can't see him. Yeah, I'm looking for movement. I'm not really seeing that Apache. There he is. Tally right there. Alright, unloading some torque. Oh my gosh, what's that Apache doing? Looked like he was descending kind of drastically. Unfortunately on this server you can't really capture points with an Apache either. Can't put... To capture a neutral point, you got to either put troops into it, or you got to put in zone supplies for tearing it up, which will also capture it. One or the other, or both. Apache doesn't have any room to fit supplies or troops or anything like that. It barely fits the pilot and co-pilot. They're really cramped. Alright, we're starting our descent and deceleration towards the FARP. Starting our approach. Try to time it out as best as we can so we don't have to use too much power at the end there. Again, we're super heavy, it's super cold, and it's super easy to blow your generators by fluctuating the RPMs on your engine. It just takes a tiny little bit of fluctuation for your generator to pop. And then your friggin' rectifiers, you have to cycle them all and all kinds of shit trying to save it while you're slowly losing systems. It's not fun. Alright, gear coming down. Whoa. That was interesting. We don't have to land directly on the FARP. There goes the generator almost. Yeah, I should have defueled a lot more and had way less weight. Doesn't matter, we're down. Oh yeah, look at that. We're overweight right now. We're still overweight after flying over here. That's why it was so rough. I was like, God, why is it falling out so much? That's why. Alright, logistics, CTLD, manage troops, drop them all. Alright, Gulf is captured. What's the name of this one? Gulf. Oh, that's a long ass flight. 42 miles. I just did that with the C-130 myself. The supply run I just did a second ago to get our munitions up to Maycop, so we had bombs and shit. I went from Galen to Maycop and I wasn't thinking, and I spawned a Hurricane and I didn't defuel it, so I took 2 full containers of bombs and full fuel. So the amount of wobble I had coming in and buffeting I had coming in for that landing at Maycop was pretty rough. That's twice tonight I didn't defuel properly and came in way too heavy on everything. But my brain ain't working tonight, so I'm doing the best I can. I've got sick brain going on right now. Oh, they got the Tor Gauntlet. That's good. Did those bombs not blow up? Are they just underground? Oh, there they go. Delayed reaction. He probably had him set delayed because he's flying so low so he doesn't blow himself up. Yeah, that'll do it. Yeah, when you're that heavy, you gotta leave some flaps out for a while. There's a lot of stuff you gotta do, especially with that big ass plane like that. I was fighting it all the way out of Maycap a little bit. It was my own dumb fault. Oh great, we got tactical bombers coming in. Look at all those bombs. They're coming for Maycop. Yeah, they're coming for Maycop. Or maybe Krasnodar? It's hard to tell. Looks like they're coming in here, so they can go to either or. Alright, I gotta take my medicine. Man, I am friggin' burning up. I guess we can prep a... I'm trying to think. I guess we can just grab more troops and put them on the hind and go for it, right? And head for Hotel and see if we can capture Hotel too. We'll make it one nice big swoop here. Defuel a little bit, that's for sure. Get rid of some of my tandems probably would be smart. We'll remove those. Take the fuel down to 60.
Request refueling. Request rearming.
Oh, son of a bitch. Oh no, I'm set. I gotta be up on the pad. Oh, this is gonna be bad.
We're three-wheeling. Hello, F-18 Maine. How are you doing? We're gonna kind of scooch up here. All right. Let's try that again. Let's defuel down to 60 and let's get rid of 4 tandems. Because they are heavy.
Request refueling. Request rearming.
There we go. Let's see, I've got my
Copy.
ICS on. Is our door open? Yeah, door's open. So we'll get rid of the inner tandems. We'll grab a new set of troops. Whoops.
Refueling complete.
Alright, other logistics, CTLD, manage troops, load troops, squad of 8. Boom, got them.
Alright, take us to the engine.
Shutting the doors. What's up, reciprocal? And we'll just head for Gulf. And hopefully it'll be cleared out by the time we get there. Or at least the flak guns will be gone. Those can be very dangerous. But there's an Apache that's already on the way. That Apache should be able to take care of everything there before we get there, hopefully. Oh, let's get a generic. It's got to be 120 to 130. Yeah, 125. All right, here we go. We're still kind of heavy.
Отказал генератор.
Gear coming up. Rectifiers are good. That was close. I should have turned off some of our stuff. That's why we almost blew the generator getting off again. We should have killed, like, our radar. We should have killed the anti-icing. We should have shut off all the power we're not using for the takeoff. We're good now, though. It's dangerous taking off helicopters, especially these Russian ones. They're quite literally bulkier and heavier than amount of stuff they can run. So the best thing you do is power everything down you don't need to operate.
Weapons ready.
Oh, that's interesting. And then don't turn them all. Turn the stuff on until you've got transitional lift. Once you have transitional lift, the engine won't bog out unless you're doing something retarded.
Oh good, at least my preset's on 305.
Kamskaya, request taxi to runway.
Now we can listen in to everything going on. Oh yeah, my legs are locking up good. Even with the heat blowing right on them. It's getting cold. What is this temperature outside? Oh yeah, it's friggin' cold. Apache's almost in range to start getting shit done. Oh, he's got the Doppler too. Sorta. Runs an 8K, so he's got 8 laser guided and 8 radar guided. Shored up to about 118 to 120. I think we're a little bit south. Alright, we're flying level. Sort of. Man, that wobble is disconcerting. Hopefully these flak guns don't light him up before he can get his work done. Because that could happen. Radar guided flak's no joke. They put that shit right in there on you. It'll definitely get you. He's got the Doppler, so what he should try to do is get a good Doppler pulse and cycle to the first target in those KS-19s and the SON 9 and then ripple 5 shots off onto them. And stay moving. If he uses the Ks, he'll have to stop and hold delays. So he should definitely use the Limas to kill this unit right here, all the 4 KS-19 flak guns and the SON 9 radar that's running them. There's the SON 9 radar box. At least they're in the open. Doesn't look like there's any obstructions. Always sucks when you fire a Hellfire and it hits like a telephone pole or a power cable pole that you couldn't even see. Do a gun check. Perfect. That'll work.
Oh, there's that one hill. Has he got visual now? Oops. Oh yeah, he's trying to stay below it. I think that's them right up there. Is that a scimitar? Yeah, that's a scimitar. BTRD, another, that's a Scorpion, a T90, and a Striker. There's just a lot of shit right there. They can all kill you. All bad. We've got 4 tandems, so we can punch 4 pieces of armor. And then we've got the 30 mil, but if the flak gun is still there when we get there, we're not going to be able to get close. We might be able to get a tandem off, but the flak is so dangerous. We really need the Apache to aggress that flak. Looks like he's getting close. I don't see the Doppler moving yet. Oh, there he goes. Uh-oh, I think that's going to the armor. Oh, it's curving in. We'll just have to wait and see what it hits. There's the Saw 9 radar. Perfect. Okay, so we got the radar. Now here's the dangerous trick, though. Like in real life, that would hurt the flak a lot, right? These flak guns are still going to be able to shoot you in the face, even though the radar is gone. On this server, that's all hardcore out, all hard mode, those flak guns will still shoot you in the face, even though the radar got blasted. He's being cautious, though. He should get it done. He's being plenty cautious. He'll get it. He doesn't seem like he's inexperienced or anything. He's getting it done. Shoot some Ks now. Yeah, that's a K. Laser guided. Going after the T90. Got it. Oh, this flak gun's starting to shoot over your head now. Work the stabilator.
Pick up traffic, inbound runway 045 miles out to the northeast. Then over it.
Oh, I'm way off course. Look at that.
Attacker selected. Attacker selected.
All right, we're back on the way. I was doing too much looking around. Come on, man, hit those flak guns for me. I know if I get close and there's a flak gun that's still alive, it's gonna punk me out in a single shot. It's gonna fire a bursting flak round that's gonna literally burst inside the cabin.
And going turning final runway 04, make up that.
Oh god, they're right. You know what? We need to... I'm worried about coming right over the top. We're gonna jump down over into this ravine down here to the south, so that we don't come right over the top of the hill and have flak just coming right up on us when we came over the ridge right here. So we're gonna jump down over to here and then turn in. Looks like he is now working on the flak. Yeah, one left. One left. He's got it. One left. I guess now we can go ahead and go straight in. Ish. If it's just even if he runs out of bullets, if there's just a scorpion or a scimitar there, we'll put a tandem right through it. But I think he should have enough Hellfires left to finish off those 2 targets. I believe so. He had 8 and 8. Scorpion's just a little tiny. Is that the Scorpion? Yeah, it's a Scorpion, so it's got the large caliber snub cannon. Oh, he just killed it. He just blew it up right when I went to look at it. So just the striker. It's just a Ma Deuce striker too. It's not even doesn't even have like an auto gun on it. It's just got the Ma Deuce. Boom! Good job. And we are just a few miles out. Yeah, 12 miles. I guess that's more than a few. Oh, there's an Mi-8 coming from India to recapture hotel already. We'll get there before them as long as I don't wreck. So, let's preemptively get ready to start dropping some systems. Let's go ahead and turn off the early warning radars, IFF. Turn off the fan. Icing is running right now because we're cold. Kind of wish we were in combat so I could have fired some rounds and some tandems off. Those tandems are really heavy. Half tempted to jettison my tandem tubes just so we don't blow the generator trying to land again. Osama bin Ballin. Huh. Funny name. Oh, he's going after the hip. Tomcat. Oh gosh. With Phoenixes. Might make it a pain in the ass. He can use the PAL, you know, at least with the Tomcat he can go for a PAL lock and fire a Phoenix from pretty short range. Be better with a Sparrow though. But the heaters are going to be super ineffective against that hip. Again, the IR deflectors are going to overpower the heaters pretty easily. First burst of flare that comes out of that hip, the heater will go right for it because the IR deflectors work so well. He's going for guns.
it. That's possible. The power lock on the Tomcat's really good though. So you can get successful auto acquisition locks off of the pilot seat in short range pretty successfully. It's the best way to get a helicopter lock. Helicopters are a real pain to try to get locked and aggress them. Okay, it's the town right in front of me. Yeah, that's it right there. We need to start paying attention. We need to drop out our torque. Start descending. So we just need to land the fart patch. There it is right there, sticking out of to the right side of that road. We're gonna plan out our approach a little bit better this time. We're gonna swoop over here to the right, and then we'll turn in once we've got more steady descent and deceleration. You definitely don't want to stop right above the target this high up and try to bring it straight down, especially in these conditions. It's just not a good idea. All right, let's kill the de-icing for now. Start saving power. Alright, gear coming down. Still floated on me. I'm just taking my time just because it popped up and floated on me when I was decelerating. Now it's floating. We're gonna have to rock it a little bit. Come on. Where's the buildings? There should be some tents or something around here. I want to make sure. Oh, they're right there. Let's come over here, away from those tents. And let's set her down right here. I'll take it. All right, opening up the doors. There we go.
Hey, Tomcat got the
Break out traffic. Two shipment being departed to the northeast
Hip.
today.
All right, moving right across the map. Look at that. Just captured Maycop and just ran across the map. That's pretty good. That's pretty good movement. Looks like Sam Site's just about done out. I don't know if Sam Site's capturable. That might just be one that you black out, but it might be capturable because it does have resource logistics lines. So it might need to be captured. How far away is that from a hotel? 60 miles or 65 miles, so it doesn't matter either or. It's a long flight either way. Except if we come from hotel, it's right across the firing lines of the enemy. I'm not sure what the F-16s are going for. Another radar flak gun. Zeus 57 flak, Shilka. Manpad. There's no real SAMs there. There's just a lot of AAA and flak guns. What do they have up here? Not much. We could probably do this again in the Hind if we just put fuel back into it. What was it, 60 miles? I'm assuming the Apache is going to go up to India. Well, I think I'm going to call it here for myself, though, and get some rest. This fever is really just it's just sucking the life out of me. I'm starting to get super tired just doing this. I hate being sick all the time. It sucks. It seems like every time I start getting a little bit better, I'll have 2 days of goodness and then something else will hit me. It's just because my body's such a lemon now. I need to turn it. I need to trade it in. I need to get something new. New body. Something with that new body smell. Yep, let me see who's flying. And we'll get you guys rated over somewhere to someone who's flying right now. I am definitely running out of steam though. Alright, there's a few people flying. I don't recognize any of them, so we're just going to pick one at random. I see someone flying an A-10 right now, so that's where I'm going to send you guys to the A-10s. It says A-10 training, join to learn. There you go. Here's someone that knows about A-10s. They will teach you. Probably better than I could. Let's see. See if the raid goes through. Yep, raid went through. So I'm going to send you guys over to Private Panic Star. I do not know them. I do not know how good of a pilot they are. But they're flying A-10s and they're saying they want to teach you how, so that's where you're going to go. Hopefully they're great. Everybody on YouTube, thanks for hanging out. I'll be back tonight as far as I know. I'm going to definitely try to be. I've been pretty off and on sick for a few days, but I feel like I'm coming out of it. We'll see, but I should be back. I'll be in the Discord for a few more hours. If you need me, that's where I'll be. If you need me for anything, just let me know. Send me a message in Discord. I'll be there. Alright, here goes the raid. Tell Private hi for me. Everybody, have a good night.